Sure do all love our gushes. How's everybody doing today? I'm for once not only on time, I am early. But before we can enjoy gameplay, we must experience mechanics. How's everybody doing today? Righty ho. Of course, I had to sour my experience of reality by reading some articles first. So we're going to get those out of the way just because I found those funny. There's a video that I think we're going to watch. So after we get our daily helping of Slappa, we're going to move on to the gotcha game since I am forced by the cringe Google Jannies to move away from playing my game on my phone and to play it via the Steam port. But that's okay. You'd think that the Google Jannies would have better things to do, especially since, they kind of have a war with Pakistan going on. That's besides the point. All right. I'll direct y'all's attention to the new redeems in chat. We have quite a number of those. Make sure to make good use of those. Everyone present should have the points to do so. Or this is a funny article that I spotted. Why are Americans so obsessed with protein? Blame MAGA. And you can already tell, like, the physiognomy check, even with the filters, does not fail. Like, I can see the fact that it's a menopausal woman who's never seen the inside of a gym. I can tell through the profile pic. You can follow her on Instagram. You know what? Let me take a sneaky peeky if I can creep the Insta. The account is private, unfortunately. That's too bad. I'm definitely not going on Blue Sky. I don't want an FBI raid. But yeah, the physiognomy check has already failed. It seems to match the opinions expressed. So let's try to read through this real quick. Already lovely thumbnail. Like, for some reason we're supposed to entertain the equivalency of the Liver King, Dr. Huberman, and Dr. Atia, and whoever the fuck this is. From the Liver King to Podcast Bros to RFK Jr.'s Maha constituents, that includes me, by the way. America's infatuation with protein has reached a fever pitch. It's undeniably gendered. Eating protein is not a gendered problem. Everyone should aim to consume, a gram of protein per pound of body weight. That is universal. There is no such thing as overeating protein. We can listen to the story. That's great. Unfortunately, I can read. TikTok content creators are hawking powders from Just Move and Rise. I've never heard any of those brands. My go-to is Weeder. Netflix is teasing a documentary, Untold, The Liver King. The Liver King has nothing to do with protein consumption and everything to do with steroid use, but go off. Tracks the rise and fall of the raw meat enthusiast. Latest this month, influential podcast bros. I love how, like, she's inserting that derisive term. This is female pattern passive aggressiveness. She has no ammunition to attack these men, so she has to deride them with a loaded term. Are you seeing the female pattern reputation assassination in progress here? Snooze this article, or rather snooze the ad real quick. So Dr. Peter Attia he's not a physician with decades of experience. He's not an expert in health and longevity. No, he's a podcast bro. And very well paid Joe Rogan, totally not seething at all Vanity Fair columnist, by the way. Absolutely not regretting her life choices, being childless at what looks like 40. Swap protein heavy diet anecdotes. Anecdotes, by the way, are observable reality. And share their current state of protein supplementation. One of this year's most talked about shows, season 3 of White Lotus. What the fuck is White Lotus? Konnichiwa, motherfuckers. Hey there, not Lankara. Have you been radicalized into tracking your protein intake? How much protein have you intaken today? One of these are most talked about shows, season 3 of White Lotus, derived a whole thread of narrative tension from what can only be described as Chekhov's protein shake. I have no fucking idea what any of that means, and I do not care enough to find out. For decades, an American protein mania has been building. Imagine that, Oni Dojo. Consuming enough protein to sustain hypertrophy. Not a lot. You better go and correct that before we beat you with hammers, Nalankara. But apparently, consuming enough protein to sustain contractile tissue and, God forbid, build some more is a protein mania. This year, it may have been hitting its peak. News and takes have abounded with Vogue's 4 signs you're not getting enough protein, or Grub Street's deep dive into added protein foods. So are you telling me that people, and wait for it, don't like to be sick and fat, so they're looking for foods that will keep them fed but also less obese? Perish the thought. New Yorker's profile on a protein bar company. Which protein bar company were they looking at? The quest to build a perfect protein bar. Haha. Haha. I see what you did there, New Yorker. Are we looking at Quest? Cliff Bars, okay. This is probably some kind of shit piece. I do not trust the New Yorker any further than I can throw it, which isn't far because it's a very flappy magazine. It lacks mass. People like to be physically fit. More on that in News at 11. New York Times fact check of big protein claims. What are those? Let's check that real quick. The more protein, the better. Well, up to a certain point, yes. I need to load this in a way before there. Get fucked. I'm not paying for your. Okay, well, then I'm just not reading the article. Fuck you. I don't have a good sense on what's driving that right now, other than if it's just the usual manosphere or manomania here in America. I love how they have to contrive terms to just describe normal human behavior. Says pretentious foreign name. An internist at Cambridge Health Alliance, an associate professor at Harvard Medical School. Oh yeah, how many credits for dietology do you have, good sir? MGTOW. Is MGTOW even a thing anymore? I feel like that died off at rapid speeds. Like the only MGTOW I can name off the top of my head is probably, well, the only surviving MGTOW that I'm aware of is fucking Rich Cooper, and that's about it. Who's the other guy who wrote his book on red flags? I forget. Rollo Tomasi? Not even sure he is active right now. I think he got BTFO'd on Twitter and left the internet. Okay. Everyone's letting their testosterone out these days. I mean, big if true. That sounds like a good thing. One thing he's noticed, more men than women arrive to his office interested in protein. Well, yes, the pursuit of improved physicality is inherently a male-biased behavior. Cocaine lawyer practically killed the movement. Was he part of the movement? What's his name? I know who you're talking about. Nick Rakita? Is he MGTOW? Wasn't he married? I was under the impression that they're not allowed to do that. There's a very important distinction to drive between men's rights activists and MGTOW. It's only men who care about protein. Yes, of course. I say that as okay. Never mind. I'm not going to go into personal anecdotes to dispel this, but no, that's not true. But a mosey through recent history suggests a strong correlation between the rise of the likes of men's rights movements and our national lust for protein, which is how we got to the quagmire of contradiction. We're in a manosphere helmed by Donald Trump. Has such a vocal contingent of intense protein maxing help obsessives. Oh God. Oh, he platformed them? Okay, I see. But let's take a gander at this particular paragraph. Like, holy shit, the reach. They are. Hey there, Crespian. We're looking at how menopausal women are awestruck by the fact that men seek to fix their diets, and they cannot understand why. I mean, I'm not surprised that it's Madrumpf once again, but the topic, the complaint is very strange. Like, men eating more protein, women most effective, repeal the 19th. I can neither confirm nor deny. There are new redeems, by the way. There are new redeems. How long does the New Yorker last in today's economy? I mean, the New Yorker has a steady supply of. Thank you for the T redeem, Crespian. They have a steady supply of pretentious fuckwits buying the print edition of it, so I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be just fine. Thank you for the shades. Yes, the copium glows so hard. I need to protect my retinas. Okay. The intertwined the excuse me, the intertwinement of masculinity. See, I love the superfluity of the language they use for this. It's not even funny. She's attempting to appear smart while making no point at all. The legend streams. The legend does stream twice a week, by the way, Project. What about Politico? Politico is fucked. I think they were getting like a good 60% of their revenue from the federal government. For some reason, they were incapable of sharing one Politico subscription, so they needed 200 of them. All right, the intertwinement of masculinity and red meat and its attendant high health properties, namely, woman, you do not know what you're talking about. You will attend more. Good to hear, Project. I've been playing Tekken off stream just because it's so torturous to play it on stream. I've clawed back my Fujin, and holy shit, the game is in shambles. If the next patch doesn't make significant improvements in the balancing, I am signing off and I'm switching over to play Dead or Alive. Like, I'm not going there playing Reina to get her to Fujin. Like, it's just not worth it. The meta is such that Mishimas are not well placed to survive in that environment. Silence female. It's bad. It's rough out there. You get it. Especially with Devil Jin, you get it. Devil Jin's Jin players, surprisingly enough, and Reina players are the people with the best fundamentals I've seen in ranked, and they are miserable. Like, I've not seen any who are able to even break from purple ranks. You'll have people with like 90 fucking defense stuck at ruler ranks, but then you will have absolute button mashing mongoloids with 40 defense with law on Fujin. It's disgusting. Jin's actually played neutral now, yes. Like, he needed the nerf to the down two. In my opinion, he doesn't need the down two at all. Right. Even listen, the 214, I barely feel the nerf. That was excessive, but I'm not hurting for it. All right. So let's try to untangle the cope here real quick. Where did I leap off? There it is. The intertwinement of masculinity in red meat and its attendant health properties, namely protein. It's actually protein is a significant part of why red meat is good for you, but it's also the animal fat content. If it's grass-fed meat, it's also a high zinc content, which you also need in your diet as a man and should still be supplementing. You fought a 25 defense for wrong. Like the fuck do you get that fight? Yeah, it do be like that. Unfortunate. Okay, let's keep reading. Is strong and deep seated. A 2023 study found that men were more likely to eat foods to the extent that those foods were perceived as higher in masculinity and lower in femininity. What? Let me read through that sentence again. Men were more likely to eat foods to the extent that those foods were perceived as higher in masculinity and lower in femininity. I wasn't aware that foods were more masculine and feminine. I've heard that certain drinks are considered feminine. God, the ads. Well, once the ad watchers are back, I'll ask them what they were advertised. Avoid unfermented soy? Yes, Crespian, very much so. Fermented soy, however, different variants of miso, natto, very good for your microbiome. I've cleared up pretty aggressive acne after 2 weeks of consistently eating natto. Can we even get natto in the States? It feels like it's not really a perishable product, but I think shipping it might be difficult. All right, never mind. Let's keep reading this shit piece. Which correlated with foods that were seen as higher in protein. Another for you're going to easily get frozen natto packets. Do they retain their nutritional value though? Is the real question. Vitamin K2, hell yeah. I get a D3 K2 supplement mix. It comes in one pill, very convenient. Which correlated with foods that were seen as higher in protein. Another from this year found that men who have what they describe as strong meat eating identity also trend to perceive themselves as more masculine. I am pretty sure that if you were to measure their serum testosterone compared to your garden variety vegan, they would actually be more masculine in their behaviors and in their physiological markers. So I can easily believe that. And for a male body, for male health, that is actually very significant. Low T is a drawn out, slow, and painful death. It makes you fat. It prevents you from thinking clear. It kills your drive. It deprives you of vril. And it makes you less efficient, and it makes you easier to longhouse. An obsession with protein affords a masculine coded cover on the feminine coded world of body image and dieting. Imagine thinking that dieting is female exclusive. Welcome back, ad washers. What kind of ads did you get today? I'd like to whenever you get hit by ads, and sometimes I will have to run ads, I'm sorry about that, but you know, the subscription button is always there. But feel free to share your ad experience. I want to see how accurately you're being targeted. We need more vril edits. We do need more vril edits. I'll try to supply more vril moments. All right. While discussing the carnivore diet, Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, both members of the podcast contingent widely seen to have played a major part in turning the election for Trump, laud the powers of red meat while acknowledging that some people do well on vegetarian diets. Not for me, dude, Rogan says with grim resolve, before sliding into a tangent about Rogan's avoidance of pizza that becomes somehow aggressively erotic. I mean, I can see wanting to consume pizza because you know those carbs and fats they hit hard. They attack those pleasure centers quite aggressively, especially if you're on a pretty aggressive diet over a long period of time. Can't wait for Hassan to kill the ads. What was that HUD directed at project? I mean, Hassan did sort of kill ads. It's just that I need to sometimes grift for visibility before I go back to no ads. So please bear with me. You go through an ad break, and now we're talking about Rogue. So here's the premise of the article. I'm going to run it for you. This menopausal woman is complaining that men are trying to eat more protein, and she cannot find a better she's trying to connect it somehow to Orange Man bad, and Rogan is responsible for the Orange Man being inflicted upon us, so therefore Rogan is also bad. And because Rogan eats meat and did the carnivore diet for a couple of years, therefore eating meat also bad. Are you still with me? It hasn't anything to do with the fact that a protein rich diet is actually a high contributor to overall health and longevity, especially in physically active men. You can't say that word on Twitch, but minimal brain function. You can say retard on Twitch. That's okay. Let me lead by example. Retard. See? It's fine. I'm not sure about YouTube, but you definitely that's definitely a full. We still have access to at least that gamer word on Twitch. The auto Jenny prevented to limit your power. I'm very sorry, project. That will not happen again. Okay, where did I fall off here? Let's see. But yeah, there's a reason why people on aggressive diets develop a very as a farmer and a man. Exactly. You understand why high protein diets may be beneficial for men. I was about let me roll back real quick because this I did cover this while ads were happening, and I may have done that facetiously. So they're referencing a 2023 study that found that men were more likely to eat foods to the extent that those foods were perceived as higher in masculinity and lower in femininity, which correlated with foods that were seen as higher in protein. Another from this year found that men who have what they describe as strong meat eating identity also tend to perceive themselves as more masculine. Fresh meat good? Even doesn't have to, be fresh. Like, I'm generally fine with farmed meat. Yep, exactly. Nothing but veggies is bad, exactly. Beef, especially grass-fed beef, fucking tastic. Bison, even better. But I think this isn't just a self-reported thing. I was saying that I would bet good money that if you actually run blood panels on the men participating in this survey, you would find out that people who predominantly eat animal sources of protein will have better blood markers for testosterone, and will therefore be more masculine. They will be less micronutrient deficient than vegan analogs. You give me the average man whose primary source of nutrition is Soylent, and compare that to your average meat eating bro, and I can guess 5 times out of 5 which one has better tea. Vegans don't realize the amount of chemicals needed to protect their vegetables. Not only that, monocrops are horrific for any kind of local population. It destroys animal populations, it wrecks ecosystems. All right. If I had a couple of cocktails, Rogan murmurs, I probably would grab this. Like, yes, because when your inhibitions fall off due to alcohol consumption, and therefore you are not able to exercise control over your impulsive behaviors, people will gravitate towards behaviors that stimulate their pleasure response, such as eating high carbs and high fat. The so-called Liver King, I love the false equivalency is fantastic. So the Liver King is notorious for high protein, definitely not for lying about steroid use. That was also pretty blatant, pretty obvious. Liver King mentioned, yeah. who rips into raw animal hearts, testicles, livers with his teeth, hawks protein supplements purportedly high in organs, including blood, colostrum, and tallow. All good things, by the way. The problem with Liver King is that he poisoned the well for things that were legitimately good. Like a nose-to-tail diet is actually fucking good. Eating tallow, eating what's it called, the marrow, those are all good things to include in your diet. I think Marxism has a lot of ties to veganism, just for the self-destructive mentality in general. That's a free parasite invasion. You're supposed to cook them, Project. Like, the shit he did is stupid. I'm not arguing that. Maybe his swollen stomach wasn't from the HGH abuse after all. Yeah. Listen, he did some dumb shit. I think the only thing he ate raw was like liver and testicles, and those I don't believe host parasites anyway. So he was still staying on the safe side. To your point about Marxism and veganism, I think that it's more an intersection of postmodernism and trying to be contrarian, while also how should I put this? They've co-opted the misplaced compassion of veganism, and it sort of intertwines. It's more a product of the Frankfurt School and sort of the later permutations of cultural Marxism than it is of Marxism proper. Because, I mean, when no food, I guess you'll have to eat the leaves. All right, rips into raw meat. His ensuing online popularity afforded him entry into a world populated by his right-wing idols. I forget. I think he tried to get on Joe Rogan, and Rogan shot him down. Tongue and oxtail are extremely good cooked, right? Yep. Smoky Mountain oysters. I kind of bias towards East Coast oysters. Last year, he posted a video compilation of himself fanboying over Trump, Logan Paul, and others. So all absolutely irrelevant talking points that don't have anything to do with the point of the article. Thank you. According to the food historian Hannah Cutting Jones, hyphenated last name, opinion discarded. We can trace today's relationship with protein back to the 19th century chemist and early macronutrient expert Justus von Liebig, who called it the only true nutrient. I mean, he sort of has a point. Oh, those are bull testes. I see. Oh, okay, Smoky Mountain. I get it now. Thank you. 26 raw eggs a day. I mean, that's so on the face of it, that's a lot. That's also a shit ton of calories just on its own. But if you hit your other micronutrient intakes, and if your source of eggs is good, that's pretty good. You're getting ahead of me in the article. Hold your horses. But to the point of fat being the only true nutrient, I would argue that we do still need fat intake just to maintain hormonal health. But yes, protein is the foundational nutrient that is most essential for the human body. There's literally no such thing as an essential carbohydrate, but there are essential amino acids. The only name that deserves a hyphen is Spider-Man. No lie detected. Get that mana true. And in the 1860s, promptly started making and selling his own protein supplement of sorts, Liebig's extract of meat. I've had a meat-derived powder protein once. Horrific, absolutely fucking disgusting. That's why I stick to milk-derived ones. In the 1950s and 60s, doctors and scientists homed in. I believe that's not how that's written. It's hone in with an N, not an M. Nice editorializing, Vanity Fair. On protein supplementation is an important tool in treating malnutrition in places like North Africa, India, and post-war Korea. I'm pretty sure that if you survey the consumer of the average American diet, you would probably find that they are severely deficient in protein. Reminder, the target ratio in your diet is 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. Depending on what you're doing in terms of your caloric balance, whether you're imposing a deficit or if you are imposing a surplus, if you do not hit your protein intake, you will either be fat, or if you're in a deficit, you will incur injuries eventually because your body needs protein to recover soft tissue damage. For almost as long as there's been enthusiasm for protein, there's been controversy over how it's made, how much to get. We've just answered the question of how much to get: 1 gram per pound, 1 gram per pound of body weight. You can do less. 1 gram is considered optimal because you don't have any deleterious effects. It's fairly easy to do. You're likely to have better satiety if you aim for that target, and you're going to have better health outcomes overall. And if you're trying to train for hypertrophy, then you will have enough amino acids to actually put on muscle. In the mid-1970s, the FTC was reporting that marketing of protein supplement products is almost universally dependent upon consumer misinformation and misconceptions about nutritional characteristics of the protein. I do not give a fuck what the FTC thinks. They are a 3-letter agency and therefore probably staffed by idiots and they are therefore wrong. This article has everything: man bad, Orange Man bad, bad World War II, YouTube bad, Jesus Christ. Stop reading ahead of me, Lankara. We're getting there. For almost as long as... Okay, we've read this. A series of New York Times articles from the same era read like the plot of a body horror film. In 1974, an animal science professor came up with a process to recycle cows by turning slaughterhouse waste products into a protein supplement that could be fed to feedlot steers. Isn't that what McDonald's patties are made of these days? But also, not having waste and using the entire animal is, again, good. In 1977, the FDA was linking liquid protein supplements for humans, also made from cattle slaughtered byproducts, with the death of 16 women, leading to a substantial decrease in sales. Yes, the FDA, the agency that brought us the nutritional pyramid, where grains and sugars are at the top. Grains and cereals are at the top, but meat and eggs are at the bottom value-wise. Yeah, of course. Yes, I definitely care about the FDA. The same agency that's permitted Red 40 and high fructose corn syrup for use in food. I hate this so much. Also 16 women, like in the scale, in the populational scale, a negligible amount. There may not be at present deadly concerns about contaminated products, though it's true that protein powders, like all supplements, aren't under the purview of the FDA. Thank fucking God. Which hasn't stopped Robert F. Kennedy from proposing to liberate them from government oversight. Yes, you know what? I don't need another Fed Jenny checking in and regulating my visceral unflavored casein. Leave me the fuck alone. Big Mike did it again. The more you listen, the more of a stank face you're getting. But wait, there's more. Can you smell the female logic that we're trying to pursue here? Cohen does worry about the risk to patients, in particular teenage guys who forgo a balanced diet in favor of protein shakes. That's the previous guy. He's also concerned about the physiological effects of feeding student athletes the idea of protein supplements are the only way to a healthy body. A brilliant advertising campaign for supplement industry, he says. Despite that, when we're talking about anyone who's not an elite athlete, meaning like NBA players or professional runners, is there any evidence you know of that getting your protein from Whole Foods is inadequate, or somehow it's better to get it through protein powder? I don't know of any evidence to suggest that, but you also don't have evidence of the contrary, you fucking hack. Please explain to me how eating Trying to meet my target for protein has any deleterious effects, if any. We must groom the teens. We definitely must groom them into a healthy protein-based diet. Whey has been waste for so long, as was casein. Casein is a byproduct of making cheese, if I recall correctly. What was I saying? So, it's the doctor, the quote unquote good doctor, sets an asinine standard here. And by the way, most doctors are not trained nutritionists. The absolute majority of them do not know shit about fuck about any recent findings in nutrition science. And yes, hypothetically, relying exclusively on whole foods is a better standard overall. However, I am 200 pounds. Depending on where in my prep I am, I'm going to be a little bit heavier, going to be a little bit lighter. It is not feasible for me to consume 200 grams of protein from whole food sources every day. It's just not feasible from a logistical perspective and from a financial perspective. Check DMs. Also, don't refer to me as boy. Oh, this is a good boy. Ah, that's cute. Nice. Thank you for sharing that. You can post that in the Discord if you want. She went to journalism school. She knows everything. Stop questioning the corporations. Yes. Stop noticing. But to my point, no, not only is so it's an asinine standard. Oh, only elite athletes need to hit their protein goals. You peons can eat zaboogs and live in the pod. Only the anointed magical Negroes who we allow to leave the ghetto through playing basketball are allowed to eat meat now. I'm sorry, but no thank you, Diet Schwab. I think I'll stay on my predominantly red meat diet and proceed to mog your entire bloodline. How many dang chicken breasts is the equivalent of 200 grams of protein? Stop knowing things, damn it. How dare you? How dare you notice things? Let me actually see how much protein is in one chicken breast, and I'll tell you. And chicken breast is good as a source. Where's my macro tracking app that I barely use? It's going to scream at me once I log in. I don't want to track macros. I'm too lazy. Oh no, it logged me out. Can I not do this right now? Can I just I'm pretty good. Previous goal to maintain weight, is it still correct? No. Maintain next. Let's just a second. Let me I'm no longer 92 kilos. I'm more like 96. Set your goal weight 90 flat. Just a second. My macro tracking app is screaming at me. Motivation to maintain the weight, athletic goals. Let's go. Challenge time. How many days in a row I can track? Let's go for 7. Got this. Tap and hold to commit. Chat. My macro tracking app is being abusive. No, I don't eat a bit more on the weekends. Get the fuck out of. Okay, I don't stop it with the upsell. I don't want. Go away. No, do not charge me. Continue. Yes, I don't want the premium shit. Spin to save. I don't care. Get. Yay, get a free subscription. Just give us your credit card number. 75% off. Fantastic. No, thank you. Not interested. All right, I am committed. Thank you. Finally. Okay, let's see. Chicken breast. Chicken breast. Chicken breast cooked. So 100 grams of chicken breast. Hey there, KS. How are you doing? 100 grams of chicken breast nets you, let's say, we're going to round it upwards, 30 grams of protein. So to get your daily intake, you would need to consume, just a second, let me guesstimate this. You would need to consume 900 and just over a kilo of chicken breast every day. That is torturous. I would actually rather kill myself. How do you start marketing a brand new company from scratch? Any advice? Depends on your product. Generally, okay, so uh it depends on whether or not it's goods or services. If it's goods, it depends on whether or not it's physical goods or digital goods. You're selling journals and to-do lists, like physical journals and to-do lists, or are those, is it like a subscription to an app that does that? Not Lankara, you're not entirely wrong. We're going to get to that point. Still deciding if it should be an app or physical. What do I think would be cheaper and easier to realize first? Digital is always cheaper on overhead because you don't have to deal with logistics. You develop it once and then it becomes infinitely scalable outside of having to pay for server space if it takes off. And then you also need to be mindful of what kind of data you're managing locally and what you're managing in the cloud. You also have some private data considerations, but longitudinally, a digital service is better because it generates cash flow on lower fixed cost. But that way, you need to basically you need a central premise for why your journaling app or to-do list is better than not having that. So you need to imagine a problem, you need to invent a problem, and then market a solution to said problem. Because products are usually divided into two big categories: vitamins and painkillers. So you need to either market it as a significantly strong vitamin, so something that adds value to people who use it, or as a painkiller, something that addresses existing issues, however invented or contrived they might be. There's a book, the name of which currently escapes me. If you ping me in the Discord, I may try to go look it up on my bookshelf after this. All right, where were we? Cohen also pointed me to the work of his Harvard colleague S. Bryn Austin in the Social and Behavioral Sciences department. So not a real science. Okay, got it. Of the School of Public Health, who is the founding director of a research and training program dedicated to eating disorder prevention. You heard that? Blue Ocean Strategy, guerrilla marketing. Those are familiar words. I know I've heard them during my business degree. No, I would say influencer marketing is your best bet. You would need, because that's the easiest lift, because you're not the one carrying the cost of production value. Once you're done, once you have a working prototype, you pay some girl to post a story of your product. You pay some girl to basically do a plug of how, like, her spiritual everyday practice starts with this fantastic journaling app, and she would really appreciate and love. She loves a boy who uses her affiliate link to sign up for 45% off for the next 12 months, that kind of thing. I mean, an integration with Seth Seentash is only what, something like, I think you can get away with $4,000 for an ad plug on his YouTube channel. So which platform do I recommend for it? TikTok, Instagram, or TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube all work. Why am I suddenly doing something that I normally charge an upward of $500 an hour to do? Excuse me? All right, we were reading this, whatever the fuck this is. Uh, all right. Let's see. So yeah, apparently eating enough protein is now an eating disorder. You're always welcome, KS. Ha 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 ha. In 2022, she co-authored a paper examining young men's use of protein supplements. Its findings warn clinicians to be aware of their male patients' use of protein powders and muscle-building supplements, which pose an acute long-term physical and psychological consequences. Is it the same fucking paper that whiny twink, what is his name? Fucking Brett, whatever the fuck he is, when he referred to? No, not that wasn't Brett. That was a different asshole. So one of these. God, I'm on the verge. I almost dropped a gamer word there. One of those effeminate fuckwits who are trying to whip up a moral panic about bigorexia, also known as a problem that doesn't exist. They were referencing a paper where taking creatine and following a regimented eating schedule was classified as an eating disorder. I think that's the same paper, just by the preliminary findings that they're referencing here. Last year, one of her co-authors' studies found that muscle-building supplements formed a pipeline to anabolic steroids in young men. This is such marketed, just verifiable cock shit. How are you allowed to write this? Holy fuck. Yes. Like, okay, here's the thing. This is contrived logic because it mixes together causation and correlation. Yes, all bodybuilders, anyone who engages in a physical pursuit, is going to supplement protein because it's very difficult to hit your protein targets with just whole foods. Therefore, anyone who's engaging in a sport who also uses anabolic steroids would have to have had also engaged with protein supplements because 100% of the people who practice the sport do that. Correlation is not causation. You room temperature IQ fucking hack. No wonder fucking Harvard alumni can't get job offers these days. If this is the caliber of researcher they host there. The recommended dietary allowance for protein is 0.3 grams per pound of body weight. This is minuscule. Listen to me, Oni Dojo. I know that there are only men here, but never mind. 1 gram, 1 full gram per pound of body weight. But some popular online health experts, health experts, good, like Peter Attia, who advised David. Who the fuck is David Protein? And has invested in the protein-forward deer meat company Maunui Venison. Recommends far greater levels. How much? He says that in his practice aims for 1 gram per pound of body weight. Hell yeah, we are so Attia-pilled here. Andrew Huberman has called this a good starting point, though one of his supplements of choice and a financial incentive is AG1, which contains a measly 2 grams of protein per serving. Because AG1 is a greens powder, it's not a source of protein. Not every supplement is supposed to be a source of protein. A greens powder is plant-based. Plant-based protein is not as bioavailable as animal protein. It lacks essential amino acids. This is a non-starter. What the fuck kind of connection are you trying to make here? I love that. Peter Attia is gaslighting you into. Okay, here is the narrative that this dirty smear merchant is trying to spin. Peter Attia is advocating for 1 gram per pound of body weight because he has a financial incentive in being an investor in a company that sells boutique level luxury meat to less than 1% of the population of the US. Definitely not because he is an experienced physician who has seen the marketed quantifiable differences in health outcomes between people with different protein intakes in their diets, and he's also seen a difference in health outcomes and longevity between people who manage to put on significant contractile tissue by the time they reach advanced age and people who didn't do that. It's almost as if there is quantifiable data on people on your exposure to life-threatening injury, to injuries that lead to frailty and death in advanced ages because you did not accumulate contractile tissue. And what do you need to do to get a significant amount of contractile tissue onto your frame by the time you no longer have a capacity for pronounced hypertrophy? You need to eat fucking meat. I hate these people so fucking much. I need a patch that says the smear merchants get the rope. Big protein may have come for all of us. Mary Claire Haver. Thank you for the hydrate, Crispian. I don't have water. I have kombucha. It's lemon and ginger. And Gabrielle Leon are prominent pro-protein online personalities. I am Oni Dojo. I am a protein-winged VTuber. Tis the adequate hydration. It's actually not. I mean, unlike tea, it's at least not a diuretic, I guess. Who target their content towards women, and an informal poll floated to an active group chat found that the responded protein supplement enthusiasts had women slightly outnumbering the men. Sample size 5, so not a representative sample size. Okay. Newsflash: women also benefit from the same protein targets. Who would have thought that women... Well, bear with me, Oni Dojo. Have you considered that women are also human? And they also have human physiology. I know, I am as shocked as you are. Especially since their voting habits don't seem to indicate as much. What is that emote? I can't see that emote. It's obscured from my knowledge. Oh, that's a coffee. We have a drink emote, Crespian. It's in the follower emotes. How dare you? Coffee mug. Ha, women. All right. TikTok is rife with people of all genders, sexes, not genders, ranking and selling Rise Protein, eating and selling David protein bars. I've never heard of either of these. On TikTok, at least, these videos tend to conform to aesthetic sex-based norms. The men often show up in tank tops that reveal bulging biceps, hefting tubs of the powder, while the women cook through what I eat in a day videos in sport bras and tight pants showcasing abs, and what one user described as flat stomach and fat butt. It's not fat, it's muscularly developed. Thank you very much. This isn't coffee, though. It's not? How do you know you don't know what's in my cup? You're not my supervisor. Bodybuilding craze of the 1970s, birthed from the foundation of Venice's Gold's Gym. Hell yeah, I actually went there to lift once. Fueled by new protein supplements and steroids popularized by Arnold Schwarzenegger's oiled muscles in the 1977's Pumping Iron. God, woman, you are so out of touch. Holy shit, I didn't realize that someone is... I mean, it takes someone with a journalistic degree to just produce 3 pages of verbal diarrhea while being wrong about essentially every other thing she says, if not the entirety of it. Would I dare to put coffee in that kind of container into a Unomi? Yeah, sure. Listen, it's just a cup at the end of the day. Coincided with an era of economic flux, widespread political polarization, and rising momentum around women's rights and gay rights, the latter of which sparked a backlash of men's rights. Wait, what? The latter of which? The gay rights sparked a backlash in men's rights or men's liberation movements? Not the not the disproportionately female biased family courts, not the fact that a family court judge populates his retirement from the amounts of alimony settlements that he gives out. Definitely completely unrelated to any kind of backlash in the form of a men's movement. Definitely has nothing to do with unequal sentencing guidelines or, with men generally being shafted by the state as it attempts to superimpose itself on the family structure. Absolutely not. It's all Arnold Schwarzenegger's fault. Some 40 years later in 2014, Food Business News called protein the year's leading food industry buzzword. I mean, that's about the time people started figuring out that maybe grains and cereals aren't a solid foundation for a diet. A report from NDP Group not only found widespread enthusiasm for the macronutrient, but that according to an NDP analysis, many are willing to pay or have already paid a premium for these products. Yes, because protein is the most expensive macronutrient. Because protein is difficult and resource intensive to produce. Animals require a sophisticated logistical infrastructure around them. That's why animal protein is more expensive historically. Historically, it has been a luxury to eat red meat. And thanks to the advancements brought to us by free market capitalism, meat is readily available in every supermarket in the US for prices that would not have been imaginable without it. By 2015, psychologists, so not a real doctor, psychologists were finding that let me start that one over again. By 2015, psychologists, so not real doctors, were finding that the overconsumption of protein among men could contribute to eating disorders. Again, we're referencing the same paper that connects any kind of structured eating and creatine consumption to eating disorders. So take that with your minimal 5-gram dose of creatine. Was it correlation, coincidence, or some lean meat canary in the proverbial coal mine that it was into this proteinous landscape that Donald Trump, burger-loving, locker room talking, and all announced his bid for the presidency? You're stop it. I can only vote for the guy once in every election cycle, and we're not supposed to suggest a third term. And now amid a shrinking economy, so now it's shrinking. It didn't shrink under Joe Biden, where my grocery bill doubled. Following strides and setbacks for women's rights via Me Too and its backlash, including the overturning of Roe v. Wade, way to connect things that are completely irrelevant and not connected to each other. And listen, nobody's going to say it, but I'm going to say it. Look at the casting choices in modern movies. Look at Snow White. Look at The Last of Us. I think we owe Harvey Weinstein an apology. I'm just saying. He did a very good job of vetting the ugly ones out, and like maybe we were too harsh to Harvey. Maybe he had a point. Maybe he was doing some kind of public service there. Did it involve a couple of starlets being peer pressured into sucking his dick? Yes. But they also had the chance to say no. Just saying. Angelina Jolie seems to be perfectly happy with her career. And Roe v. Wade was repealed because A, it was a bad ruling, not according to me, according to Ruth Bader fucking Ginsburg. Because the bench is not supposed to make law. If you wanted it to be law, you should have passed it through Congress. Make actresses hot again? Hell yeah. I mean, actors are hot. Like that, nothing changed there. Actresses need some work. As well as marriage equality, visibility, media representation for queer and trans people with a similar subsequent anti-woke recoil. I mean, if you don't introduce quotas and you just have people and stuff organically, and maybe you don't turn all of media into a propaganda apparatus, there won't be backlash about that. How about that? I have a second Trump term, hell yeah. Maha, hell yeah. And what menswear commentator Derek Guy calls the slim fit revolution of the manosphere. Hell yeah, brother. I actually can't wear slim fit because I carry a gun on me, and like any slim fit shirt is going to print like a broken Xerox. Perhaps Saxon Ratfling, played by the son of the Ursula. What the fuck do these words like? What is the point of this tortured language? Lady, I can tell that you are gasping to be at above 100 IQ, failing miserably, by the way. Celebrity bodybuilder himself, Patrick Schwarzenegger, said it best. Lochi, we don't do this for the taste. He told his beleaguered and unswole little brother in an eerie comedy of White Lotus, watching him choke down a frothy white, freshly blended protein shake. Protein shakes are delicious. How fucking dare you? Nothing makes my day more than pouring some whole milk and diluting some casein and collagen in that thing. And, you know, if you have the calorie allotment for something that's a little bit sweetened up, you know, like, if you offer me to beat someone within an inch of their life for a free can of chocolate nougat Weider brand premium whey, depending on how deep in my diet I am, I may just take you up on that offer. I'm just saying. We do it for the T and the BDE. Fuck if that's not a shirt. Holy shit. A fucking men, brother. Like I am being dead ass right now. I want this on a shirt. We do it for the high T and the BDE. We do it for the testosterone, the brain-derived neurotropic factor. Oh, the BDE. Okay, so it's not BDNF. Fuck it. Still, he has to be on the shirt. I'll edit this to be better. We do it for the high T and the BDNF. Yeah, that sounds better. Kill someone for a Klondike bar? Hell yeah. Barbell protein bars, by the way. Extremely good. Our current protein path leads us to an ancestral brush with transcendence or face down into the pavement as gunshots ricochet nearby or may. What is this fucking non sequitur conclusion? Who the fuck wrote this? How retarded can one journalist be? This is what women unaccompanied by men let loose in the workforce do. Holy fuck. She did not know that she was making such a strong argument for repealing the 19th, did she? I feel like I've lost fucking brain cells reading that shit. Speaking of, just a second, let me, you know what, let me first do, I'm not gonna do an ad break because that'll take too long, but I will take a bathroom break, and I insist that present company does the same. We're gonna move on with our next piece of reading, after which we will finally play some gacha games, I promise. So, apparently, let me don the appropriate attire for this real quick. The fuck is it? There it is. Hey, why doesn't it work? What the fuck? Did it not link to the correct thing? Just a second. Node graph. Huh. Did it not register correctly? Okay, this is a work in progress. We're gonna figure this one out. So, Trump has recently floated a tariff on foreign-made media, specifically movies. That means that Crunchyroll now has to impose a 100% tariff for any foreign-made media they have to produce, or rather they can license and sell in the US, which includes their primary product, anime. Which means that Crunchyroll is going to fucking die. And with it, the tourists will be finally purged from the anime fandom, as it always should have been. So, as I've stated on Twitter, T-Money purging the anime fandom of tourists and activists was not on my bingo card, but I will fucking take it. So, you have people coping and seething in some of the replies. This one was fantastic. Apparently, tourists watch their shows on Netflix, Hulu, and HBO, and Crunchyroll is weeb territory. Weeb territory where a majority of people consume dubbed anime really have no clue why these tariffs will work. They will likely have to do with basically having to pay an additional tax on any license of a foreign-made film, which means that subscriptions to things like Crunchyroll will essentially double in price, and the tourists will simply be priced out of participating in them. And I am fine with that, because here's the thing. If I want to consume manga, I just buy it from Japanese Amazon, and I don't pay any tariffs. Because if you are a motivated manga fan or an anime fan, you will figure out a way to gain access to the media that you want to consume. There is also piracy, but I would never advocate for pirating media on YouTube or Twitch. Pure American anime, please CNN. I can only vote once. I mean, Devil May Cry is technically made in Austin. You make of that what you will. Yes, so I anticipate make anime Trump real again. I mean, we're getting pretty close. I wanted to. We're gonna save this for next time, though it is a funny goober, but I wanted to quickly go over this because it sort of corresponds with some of the conversations I've had with Ari and with their show. So the points made in the video are pretty obvious, they're pretty surface level, but I want you to pay special attention to the footage that's included as B-roll.
So you do your best.
1, 2, 3, 4 people armed with guns trying to break into a door. So next time someone questions why do you need more than 10 rounds in a magazine, you just remember that break-ins are no longer executed by lone actors.
To avoid dangerous neighborhoods.
The only American anime was Avatar, and even then they found a way to fuck it up. It was lightning in a bottle.
You try not to go out after 10 o'clock every night. You're doing everything right except one critical thing. Because you know what? Playing the statistics and looking at the evidence, you probably are not
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
carrying at the ones.
Why only 30 rounds, chud? Joke's on you. I run clipped magazines, so technically I run 60.
Spot that you absolutely, positively should be. What am I talking about? Your home. That's right. We're going to be going through all the statistics involving home invasion, property defense, you name it. Guys, If you can statistically choose one place to carry, it's not the grocery store, it's not Starbucks, it's not Walmart, it's not your office, it's not these places. It's where you sleep. Let's get into it.
One head being popped like a zit should be enough to deter them all. I mean, there is no honor among thieves. You're right there. But then again, I do not trust my accuracy under stress, so I choose to adhere to accuracy by volume because that's the American way.
So first, some quick background information in case you are not aware of this. Every year in the United States, Americans use firearms defensively between about 500,000 to 3 million times. That's not me, the ex-state prosecutor criminal defense attorney, telling you that. That's the 2013 Center for Disease Control study that was
That's, by the way, that is a number that is contrasted to the 30,000 gun-related deaths annually. So, and that's before we sanitize that for suicides, before we sanitize that for police use of force, and before we also, by the way, remove, I mean, even police use of force and suicide already should not be in those numbers. And those numbers, those 30,000 also do, they still contain self-defense uses, which ended up with a cold body. So whenever someone tries to offer you the non sequitur of, oh, it hurts more people than it saves, no, it fucking doesn't. Defensive uses outnumber gross gun deaths by several factors, as you see from the data that's presented here.
Commissioned by then President Barack Obama. That, as well as other extensive national studies, came up with the range of 500,000 to 3 million times per year Americans use firearms in self-defense. Now, that is obviously not a small number. If you think about that, almost more Americans use firearms in self-defense than homeowners file home insurance policy claims. Think about that. There's almost more people using firearms in self-defense than people filing hail and lightning and fire.
Do these teens, do these aspiring doctors and engineers look like they're terribly concerned?
Or claims for their house every year. All right, got your attention now? That's potentially millions of violent crimes prevented and lives saved annually because of responsible citizens who chose preparedness over passivity. Just another study, the 2021 National Firearms Survey confirms this trend, estimating that approximately 1.67 million defensive gun uses occur every single year in the United States. So this wasn't some sort of outlier study from 2013.
Gun uses, by the way, include brandishing in order to deter an attacker.
Another study, and there's a whole bunch of studies here, okay? But so many of these are well into the hundreds of thousands, if not well into the millions. Now, here's something to be critical about. Here's something to remember. Your home, that castle, it's not as safe as you might think. Approximately 25% of all defensive gun uses occur inside the home. I'm talking about inside the home. This means that countless families annually...
You want to see the reaction of human soft tissue to the cavitation of a rebounding temporary wound cavity? For legal reasons, I will say that I have no idea what you're talking about, but also, hello, Notary, how are you doing?
They face life-threatening situations right where they should feel. 1.67 million defense 13. There's another study, and there's a whole bunch of studies here, okay? But so many of these are well into the hundreds of thousands, if not well into the millions. Now, here's something to be critical about. Here's something to remember. Your home, that castle, it's not as safe as you might think. Approximately 25% of all defensive gun uses occur inside the home. I'm talking about inside the home. This means that countless families annually face life-threatening situations right where they should feel safest. Moreover, about 53.4%, so more than twice that first number. 53.4% of defensive firearm uses occur right on the property that we're talking, the driveway, yard, porch, backyard, all that kind of stuff, but outside the home, but on the property.
Just as a side note, the fucking balls on this guy to start fighting over what looks like a Mossberg shockwave with the guy, like, absolutely props to him.
53.4.
He could have benefited from a little bit more jujitsu training to, navigate that a little better, but you know what? I respect him for working with what he had.
Percent. Danger isn't just lurking in dark alleys. It's at your doorstep. Think about that. How many of you conceal carry going to get the mail, to get the paper, mowing your lawn, things like that? Because statistically, that's where you should be conceal carrying the most.
Oni Dojo. Sound off, show of hands. Press 1 in chat if you have a gun within reasonable range that's loaded. Not unloaded safe queens do not count. 1 if you have a gun within reach, and 2 if you were caught lacking. I never doubted you, no, Terry.
Let's put those two numbers together. Almost 80% of defensive gun uses occur on your property, whether that's inside your home or in your yard, your garage, or whatever. Almost 80% of defensive gun uses occur here. Are you caring for it there? Are you? As an ex-state prosecutor in criminal...
Well, there's something for you to correct, sort of a demon. You were caught lacking. We're not going to mock or make fun of you, but, it's something for you to address. A Glock is still $500, and you can get a payment plan on Palmetto State Armory.
Attorney, I want to remind you of another study. It's a powerful psychological truth. 57% of convicted felons report fearing you, armed citizens, more than the police. You need to remember that criminals know real well that police response times average 10 to 15 minutes, often far too late for an encounter that will likely only last seconds when we're talking about deadly force. Remember that old axiom? What's your average defensive use encounter when it comes to...
Again, 1, 2, 3, 4 potential scholars and engineers attempting to gain violent entry into the home, not deterred by the fact that the lights turned on whatsoever.
To firearms? 3 shots, 3 seconds, 3 yards. Some say 3 feet. That's what you're talking about. 3 shots or less, 3 seconds or less, 3 yards or less.
Now, granted, this becomes a squirrely fucking situation because you can't just blast through the door in most circumstances. You have to wait for the moment for them to breach. I'm not sure if you getting footage from a Ring camera and identifying something that looks like a gun would be grounds to shoot through the door. So I am not your fucking lawyer. Funnel their shit? Yeah, basically, wait for them to enter the deadly funnel. That's your safest bet because you've confirmed that they are armed, but you did not use deadly force until they've actually forced entry. That is the hardest fucking case, even for the shittiest, the most despicable cocksuckers of all DAs to pursue. But again, I am not your lawyer, and this is not legal advice. But also, carry a fucking gun on you.
That's probably the average defensive use of force. You may have heard that before, but did you picture it in your bedroom, your kitchen, your driveway? Please pardon the interruption. If you just found us while browsing through, welcome. Please consider hitting that subscribe button and, of course, the like button. Let me know down in the comment field below, what do you think is the most interesting statistic? Either one from this video that made you think, or one that should have been in this video that I'll harvest and shamelessly use next time. Be sure to stick around to the end till our ever popular quote of the day. Guys, we've got some crazy statistics coming up. One of my all-time favorite pro-Second Amendment ones I have near the end. Don't miss that. Back to the video. I was listening to a talk put on by a former high-ranking FBI individual who was in charge of all sorts of training, this and that. He'd been to Lord knows how many crime scenes throughout his career. He said a lot of very interesting things. One thing really stuck with me, and I've been repeating it to friends and all that kind of stuff recently. He said this: of all the home invasion, robberies, burglaries, you name it, that he had been to over his many years with the FBI and prior to that local law enforcement, he had never once seen an invasion of a home that had a dog. Now, separate video if you need to go out and get a dog. That's not what I'm here to talk to you about. What I'm talking about is the fact that what do dogs do? They create an early warning mechanism. This goes into the bucket of self-help. Criminals want to pick on people who have no idea what's going on, and you won't be able to do anything about it when you figure it out. A firearm changes that math. Listen to this. In 31% of defensive gun use situations, you simply informing the attacker, the home invader, that you have a firearm has been sufficient to stop the attack, sufficient to get them retreat 31% of the time. That's nearly 1/3 of potential crimes and potential violent encounters are stopped without firing a shot. And that's not surprising when we remember the next fact.
I hope informing in this case includes drawing and targeting.
That 91.1% of defensive gun uses do not involve firing a single shot, either the oral warning or the
oral as in aura farming.
display of a firearm. That mere presence of the firearm ends the threat over 9 out of 10 times. 9 out of 10 times. When you consider what an immensely powerful tool firearms are for self-defense, it's no wonder that for every offensive use of a firearm, a misuse of a firearm in commission of a crime, firearms are used in self-defense more than 6 times. That's a 6-to-1 ratio. And by the way, you can push those numbers even higher.
I would suggest, just based on the statistics that he's quoting, I would suggest investing into some reasonably funny doormats and signs. Like, we don't dial 911, probably a little too aggressive. Nothing inside is worth your life, kind of a gray area. A doormat that's shaped like a Chris Vector, I think is a reasonable warning.
Depending upon which self-defense metrics you want to be looking at. Now, some of the good news is this: you are using your firearms in self-defense. According to one study, about 498,000 uses of firearms in self-defense happen specifically inside the home. That's just according to one study, 498,000. Remember, these studies are all over the place about estimating how many defensive uses of firearms there are in America every year. Now, I know what some of you have probably been told. The best thing you can do to assure a good outcome for yourself is just not to resist, to go along. Or, hey, just screaming and making a ruckus. That's probably even better than using a firearm as self-defense, right? Wrong. Any ladies in the audience, I want you to pay particular attention to the following statistics. According to the Department of Justice's National Crime Victimization Survey, women who choose compliance when they are attacked, women who choose compliance, so they're not fighting back, are 250% more likely to be injured compared to women who use a firearm for self-defense.
Now, pop quiz, Oni Dojo. What would be compliance during a rape attempt? You make sure to chamber that question next time someone tries to lecture you on whether or not civilian armament is good.
Even more startling, women attempting physical resistance without a firearm are 400% greater risk of injury compared to those who use a firearm in self-defense. Owning and knowing.
Remember how we watched that video and I specifically was insisting on the fact that engaging in a striking exchange with a man is the surest way to get beaten even harder? If we're going to be very unsafe for any social group, you'd call that consent? Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
How to use a firearm responsibly can genuinely be the difference between life and severe injury or death. And gentlemen, your risk profile is similar, though a little bit different. Men who comply with their attacker are 140% 140% more likely to sustain injuries compared to those who choose to defend themselves with a firearm. If you're trying to resist physically but without a firearm, well, congratulations. You're now 150% more likely to be harmed. This isn't conjecture. This isn't some guy just making up stuff. These are national, federal statistics and studies that have looked into this. As someone once said, trust the science. And the science speaks clearly. Being responsibly armed significantly improves your safety and your outcomes.
All right. He's going to conclude. I think we've gotten through the bulk of the data. One moment, please. As I was saying, so yeah, statistically speaking, the statistics confirm the common sense conclusion of gun fu being the ultimate deterrent to violence. All right, now for realsies this time, I'm actually going to go and start up the gacha game. Let's see if it's to y'all's liking. Because if it is, I will try to incorporate more action time into our regular streams. I'm going to add that to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, let's see if we have capture. Ah, there it is. I probably need to make myself a little smaller just to not obscure too much of the stream. Let's see. Place myself over here. All right, we have a number of activities to go through today. I already did some of my dailies, but not all of them. So we're going to quickly burn through some cooldowns, and we have new archived events to open up that were just added in the new update.
おはようございます。
So let me know if the music and the audio is too loud, just right. Okay, farm skills. The XP facility. Stay here. They were just renewed.
成果物データを送信する。もう大丈夫？
One of the characters
無事に
we
任
have
務
maxed
完了
out.
だね。お疲れ様。
Resource groups. All right. I am tempted by the new costume in the Game Pass this time around. I'm not gonna lie.
任務の9割は下準備から
Sure.
ですね。
Inventory management is an area where I thank you for the hide read recipe, and I'll get right on it. Let's use our AP. Through meticulous farming, I have accumulated so many action points that it is very difficult for me to run out in a specific game session. So
おはようございます。
really safe from running out. Okay, let me hydrate. I don't think we haven't completed the brand new event just yet because we do have the extra difficulty.
どのような任務でも
The
成し
extra
遂げてみせ
difficulty
ます。
stages. Oh, okay. So we need to farm our. We need to play our Subway Surfer to farm our premium currency first, because that's on a timed reset as well. As you can tell, I've been playing this game entirely too much. Oh shit. Okay, for some reason, it's not responding to the controller. The minigame is a holdover from a previous game. Series. see the controller. Alright, time to get banned on YouTube. Oh, we haven't rolled through all of the gacha. We'll do that later. Hard mode. I wonder if we can get away with playing some of my lower characters. Because I need to level Fitting a little bit more. She seems to have very stable, very good DPS. She's been a good source of damage for some of the bosses. Good night, fellas. Damn, you're missing out, sort of a demon. You've. Are you sure? Are you sure? That's alright. Maybe a little bit just yet. My controls. Okay, let's get a free heal. Okay, we're essentially we'll just rewatch the VOD. Appreciate it. Oh, we got stuff. That's not good. Damn, this is the second wave. We are not gonna have fun with this. It's a little early to Oh, Magikarp, just a second. I cannot miss this. Okay, catch, ultra, ball. Please still have ultra balls. I'd like to heal, please. Good thing carrying us. Oh damn, we have. Okay, so Rin is a little bit. That was to be expected. We have better options. Let's go for Nagi. She usually does very well because she is maxed level and maxed out on all stats. Somewhat suboptimal on the build that I run on her, but she does benefit from good range damage. And she does have a lot of additional. Around the same. I think Azure Lane has a bigger emphasis on visual physics. Just because it needs to compensate for like 2D being inherently easy peasy lemon squeezy. And is it that point that you feel that I would benefit by listening to my own stream? What do you mean? Can you be more specific? From the endpoint? What? No, Terry, can you be a little bit more specific? I don't have quality.
っさと行くわよ。
Intense. Is something wrong with the audio? I would really appreciate if you would let me know if there's an issue with the audio. It's fine, I don't feel self-conscious about something in the production quality being off.
あらあら。あるわ。あら。大したものね。
For some reason, the audio of the game is peaking. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like 30% too loud. Thank you. See, that is feedback that's actionable. Let's decrease the master volume. Let's go for limit the SFX to 6. Even more probably leave the voices as the dominant component. There we go. Camera options, auto target, target tracking, control sensitivity. Okay. Oh, this is significantly better. At least for me, it sounds better. Let me know if it sounds better for you guys. Okay, we're going to save the ultimate for the next wave, I'm going to say. Or even, maybe all the way to the boss wave. Because Astaros has such good AoE, she doesn't rely on the ultimate for crowd control as much. Oh, the next one is the boss wave. They still got a little bit of kick to them. I would like to not be hit by the blue laser because that one stuns me. And this late in the game, that's a significant hazard. I'm gonna save the ultimate. There we go. Create space, create exclusion zone. A little too close to the edge there. If I reduce the SFX by at least 20%, will do. Has this been? Okay, let's check this. Is this better? Please save the ult. That's better? Okay, excellent. Thank you for coordinating the audio with me, Crespian. Alright, we burn the ult. You can sometimes cheese the skill cooldowns with the ultimate if you let the cutscene play out. Because when a cutscene plays, it doesn't actually affect any of your native cooldowns. Yeah, it's an itty-bitty exploit, you know. We can have a little bit of cheesing as a treat. Oh, nice, I already have a whole new ultimate there. There we go, completely cooked. Yeah, Astaros is very good for crowd control. I've been consistently using her to clear later stages, not because she has any kind of outrageous stat product, but just the sheer fact that she can stack AoEs so good. And I got a weapon that further boosts the Hellblaze attack, the large AoE that I spam. I also have several supporters set on her that allow for heals because she doesn't have any of her own sustains. But with the supporters that heal her and boost her health and damage output, she becomes extremely formidable, both for story and for PvP. PvP in the game is kind of silly. Like, it's a little bit too hands-off, but it's done that way in order to prevent you from cheesing. Oh, son of a bitch. Who the fuck is... They have a new attack now? That's not fair. Okay. Oh. I don't like the fact that they can just fucking hit scan me like that. I need to dispense with them as soon as possible. Motherfucker, how do I deal with the electrical shock? Motherfucker! Holy shit, they just chewed through me with that hit scan attack. Fuck. I don't know what to do with this. Maybe we're gonna need to break out Emily because she at the very least has an invulnerability buff. How are we doing for stat product on her? Not enough for that final maximum stat on crits. Let's try her. There's also a whole new level of customization that I've recently found in the form of like the little accessories to the weapons. And she probably has one of the best DPSs in the game. Just, why am I constantly getting shocked? What the fuck is this? Is this like a perk of the level or something? I just remembered that why am I getting hit? Is there... This did not happen last time we played. Am I missing something here? I'm starting to think... It's almost like I'm spamming their lines. What do you mean? Am I being repetitive about what I'm saying? Sorry. Why am I catching strays from the fucking... What the fuck is going on? I don't understand. I am suddenly getting damaged just, you know, because funny, haha. So usually this map has electrical currents on it, but in the form of like environmental hazards. It's like I'm in a character's profile screen and spamming random lines. Oh, you mean like their lines are attached to specific attacks they do, so because of that it gets a little spammy and repetitive. I can see that. Alright. I mean, it is a gacha game. It's built to be hyper-stimulative. Alright, let's figure out what the fuck is going on with the random bouts of damage that I keep catching. There it is, it's happening again. I think it's the fucking wires. Nope, I keep getting shocked when I'm not on the wires as well. I'm gonna stay in this court. Nope, I still get shocked. The fuck is happening? Now it's no longer happening. Is that a specific enemy type that does that? Okay, we're going to cheese this real quick. We dump all of our cooldowns first. Now we use the ultimate to reset the cooldowns. And we recast Hell's Blaze to take down at least one of them. What the fuck? Did I just get one hit? Okay, I guess. Fuck. Okay, we're not beating the hardest one just yet, I guess. Alright, that one is still gonna stay on the books. We do have a lot of gachas to roll. Hold up. Stop. I have 2 more to roll. My rule of thumb for these is I want to make sure that I roll all of the gems, which I just did, and then I proceed to reset the gacha. Alright, better luck next time. Who do we still need to level? I think we still need to level Sora. She is. Because her renewal event is still active. I got all the AP in the world. Yeah, unfortunately, late game usually is like that after you do a first run. Okay. Time to shake that gacha down further. Okay, we have 3 more crystals to shake down. Credit where credit is due for an Asian gacha, especially one that seems to be primarily targeting the Japanese market. At least Action Time doesn't aggressively monetize. Ah, damn, we're a couple short. They only force you into the monetization funnel with special outfits. Like, you have to pay to get some cosmetics, which is fine. Speaking of which, let's actually... There's some grinding we have to do here. Yeah, let's stay on this set, actually. So Ingrid is still a boss that I have not entirely cracked. It's funny that she's both a playable character and a raid boss. Because this is only the first level of difficulty, we blow through her first stage pretty much instantly. It's going to get a little bit difficult, I'm going to say around stage 15. Especially when she's going to start targeting you with AoEs better. Alright. Stage 1 is Child's Play. I'd say up to stage 15 I can pretty much put the controller down and let the NPCs handle it. Alright. May want to switch over straight to Micah because she is my preferred lead for this particular boss, at least for right now. I think she's the top DPS character in the game. Yeah, still breezing through fairly easily. The VR bosses are a very solid source of late game difficulty. I'm not sure if there probably is a ceiling. I'm not sure how far out is it. Okay, we pre-cook, we go back. Oh, this is what we need to watch out with her because she'll randomly cast AoEs like that. Those do a lot of damage, and they do a lot of damage over time too. See, I wouldn't say that it's more outrageous than Azur Lane. I think we're fine without healing so far. I need to check if I gave the NPCs permissions to use ultimates, but remove their permission to use weapon skills. Because I think that's turned on by default. Alright. Okay, use supporter skills automatically, yes. Use ultimates automatically, yes. Quickly heal. I don't remember if I got this far with Micah.
いぞこれで行くぞあの世に行きやがれ集え天下開い苛烈なる爆炎様から地獄に落ちたあの世に行きやがれあの世に行きやがれ
Okay, good. We're doing a good job of collecting her aggro at the very least. Because if she aggroes on one of the NPCs who don't really have good space management, they don't get out of the way of hazards, they just pretty much walk into them, she's going to burn through them very fast, and Astros and Emily are very deliberate choices on my part as side characters for this particular boss, or for most bosses actually, is because their passive damage yield is very good. Just by existing, they do a lot of damage, while I can run around, collect aggro. Pull back. Alright, we pulled aggro. Since there's no manual aiming, we just need to make sure that we're hitting her with stuff that's either homing or has an area of effect. So far, I would say we're mostly breezing through it. In large part thanks to Micah's just raw power output. Let's see if we can't bump it a little bit more. Hell yeah. I guess this is the gacha experience. It does expect you to grind a lot. Because if you don't want to grind, you can always paywall. God damn it, Asteros was already hit. Whoa, out of the way. You stay the fuck away from my damage dealers. Distance, good distance, good distance. We're still doing okay with stacking damage on her, but it's gonna get spicy right after this. And it's scary to try to challenge her with any of the melee characters, because she hurts a lot when she gets to you. Alright. Okay, so we do have a record for 20. Let's see if we can make 25 this time. That's what I'm talking about. She zooms in on you very fast. Alright. Okay, our cooldowns reset just as he gets into phase 2. Damn damn it, she burned one of the NPCs. That's bad. I need to draw more aggro for next time she casts that. Oh no, we lost Emily, that's not great. Whoa. I think I have a free hit to whiff. Uh-oh, they're both dead. That's not great. That's not great. Okay, this is a wipe. It's very unlikely that I do significant damage to her. Oh no, that's 4,000 health. Yeah, there is no shot. Half health lost off of a single hit. Even if I don't die, I'm probably going to time out, and I will most likely just die. Yeah, because she moves around very fast. And I have no sustains whatsoever. Okay, this is a wipe. Let me think about this for a moment. Maybe there's a better primary character to pick for this. Alright. Micah did not do great. I don't anticipate that Rin is going to do significantly better because she is a melee character. But let's see. Let's see how far we get. Alright, relatively convincing. Separate. Alright, good. We've landed the AoE away from our main damage dealers. Run, 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 run. Oh, okay. Healing is very sketchy. Because we need to get right into her face to do that. Whoa. Okay, we can get some health back from her after all. Oh damn, she can just hit me out of it. That's not fair. Okay, let's farm some heals as Astaroth. Create an area of denial real quick. Did we get her? We got her, okay. Barely. By the skin of our teeth. Alright, let's see if we can get as far as 24, that's what I'm wondering. Rather, as far as 25, because 25 is the achievement benchmark. They previously guarded the heals for this very, very significantly. I may need to invest a little bit more into Rin. She seems like a very solid character. Like, her DPS is scary. Despite being a melee character. Oh, I may need to heal. Oh, she has invincibility frames. Okay. I'm getting hit during my rush. That's not great. Sketch, very sketch. Got him. Okay, 25 looks doable. If I'm intelligent with my heals and good with DPS. Okay, Emily mostly intact. I would not go 26. 26 looks like a rough proposal. Let's see. Let me quickly check something. Where can I look at my info? Because I don't remember if Wyrm Knight is considered demon type, which it should be, or if it's considered human type. Let's see. Wyrm Knight. Okay, she's considered human. Nothing I want from the store just yet. Okay, let's see. Increase critical rate of ranged attacks by 7%. Ranged attacks are our bread and butter, so not sure if we want to fuck with that. Okay, I was under the assumption that we had a different set active, so that's probably the best one we have. Because the specific weaknesses is probably not a play we want to pursue. Dump the supporter. Run. Whoa, the hell is that? That's a lot of particle effects. I don't like particle effects on bosses. Always spell trouble. One thing I also need to do is I need to rearrange some of my supporters. Okay, we hit the minion for a free heal. We distance to collect the aggro. Alright, Emily's got her invulnerability up. If we stay in the fire, we get a damage boost. Oh, Emily's down, that's not great. Oh, nice. She got an ult. Use it. Whoa, you bitch. That's not fair. Use the stun. We're very close to getting her. Get some heals. Nice, we cooked her. By the skin of our teeth. That was 25. I would not advise going past that at the current level. Let's play around with some other game modes. Very good. Yay, we did get an achievement. Nice. We love that hard currency. Farendo Requesto. We love regular players. Let's see who hasn't been online for a while. 17 days is still acceptable. 58 is kind of sketch. Usually people have fallen off at this point. Oh, their friend list is full. That's not great. What do we want to do next? It's a funny little game mode they have. It's called Total War. This one is completely hands-off. And I do not enough battle points. Like hell I do. So this one is sort of like PvP. It's another variant of raid bosses, but here it's like an infinite health bar boss. And I have no control over anything that happens. So here it's entirely about how you construct a team, essentially. Because I don't believe the... Oh, the buttons do stuff, but what's the point if I can't control them individually? I mean, outside of the benefit of camera perspective, it doesn't really do much. Alright, Emily's the last one in. She does have momentary invulnerability. It used to be the meta for the longest time. You would have Emily with crit damage sled, and you would have a supporter that gives her invulnerability for 5 seconds. In PvP, absolutely broken. Especially if you max out her capability to do spot damage. Like, the longer she's in play, the more damage she does. And if you slap invulnerability on her, it doesn't matter how bad her defense stat is, she just pops an invulnerability, and that's pretty much it. We don't have Yukikaze because I refuse to have lollies on my roster. PvP is kind of similar. We can play around with the PvP mode a little bit. Let's find a match that's not going to flatten me because everyone's rank just resets, so everyone's out there with their fucking monstrous max level characters. And I'm sorry, I just don't pay pig hard enough to have several characters maxed out, especially not meta ones. They've added the Oh damn, that's it. Unfortunately the BBL has left the chat. At some point, the game broke its lateral movement, and certain characters could float out of the arena, because the point of the PvP mode is that they can only move in in 2 dimensions, and certain abilities would force the character out of bounds, essentially, which was funny. But that was quickly addressed and patched.
成し遂げてみせます。
Let's see, what do I need to do next? We do have a new set of archival missions available to us. Some of these I've never played through, and we do have a need to complete the Kanazuki Sora challenge, so I guess we can use her to complete these. Until we get bored at the very least. I'm not sure anyone here is particularly interested in the unvoiced visual novel parts, so unless instructed otherwise by the Oni Dojo, I will be skipping them. The main story is voiced, I'll give it that much. You can barely see her behind that gigantic tail of hers. Swoosh. We can try some other characters. We can be a little whimsical. We can, for example, go for Maribel. You know what? Let's go for Azusa. They've been adding new playable characters like crazy recently. And you know what? I like to see that. And go ahead and skip that.
押してまいる。始めようか。それ、せい。相手をしてやれ。ビから。出直して。せいひり伏せる。せい影走り。それ、せい。 備えは万全。いつでもいけるな。相手をしてやれ。ビから。
And we just wiped the boss.
立ちふさがるすべてを切り伏せる。陰陽年流火に。バサー。
I like that they're bringing over more characters from the franchise proper into the action game. We skip the story. Why is the Oni Dojo so silent all of a sudden? Do you not like the game, or are you preoccupied? Hands on your desks, Oni Dojo. Alright, we can just ultimate through this. I forget if there is a signature weapon of hers that I like visually significantly more than the one I'm sporting. Let me see if I can't swap the visuals out. Oh, never mind. It's already a swapped visual. But I don't like the way this looks. I prefer the way this looks. What does this do anyway? When using a skill, unleashes a Shikigami at enemies, dealing consecutive damage equal to 70%. May want to actually go ahead and swap that out at some point. Because this one is just raw damage. Attack 2,300. Attack 2,400. Technically the stats on this one are slightly better. Let me quickly do something. I hope I'm assigning the correct one, actually. Let's do this first. We unassign all of these. We swap these out.
足りない分は技で補うさ。
And we assign the ones that we got. That's a lot of crit. I'd like to see some attack, probably. Alright, let's see how this performs. We're not going to see a lot of difference on the easy levels, just because, well, easy levels. But I think her crit stat is natively high. But if we can cast an ability on every skill activation, it's actually pretty major. Yeah, the high-tech katana is probably a more interesting look. What kind of ads did you get, Oni Dojo? Congressman, okay. Default political guy number 7. I wonder if we can clear all of the hard levels with Azusa. Sure looks like it. It's the great Senator Armstrong. Hey there, Adam555. I'm reliably informed that he played ball in college. I mean, an appropriate cameo. I'm definitely sure something hardens on impact in this game. Are you an avid time minute enjoyer? We get our perfect dodge. Came from Jamez's stream for reasons. Is Jamez streaming right now? I'm sorry to draw you away from the ripping and the tearing. We also sort of rip and tear, but differently here. Welcome to the stream. The gameplay doesn't look great, but you get that that's not the point. Listen, it's better gameplay than most gacha games. Like, this is better gameplay than Azur Lane. And to be fair, we're also severely over-leveled for these maps. So that's also a contributing factor. At least there's, you know, gameplay at all, unlike Azur Lane, where gameplay is a punishment for you refusing to pay pig to roll the gacha. And you do have a lot more agency just in the form of certain character builds. Because you can get some interesting combos into combinations and whatnot. And I do appreciate the work that's been put into the 3D modeling. Iconic enemy bear, not just any bear, ninja bear. This isn't your garden variety grizzly. He's been trained in the way of the ninjas. I also really like just the visual designs of certain moves and abilities. Like, there's very difficult to make something like ninja superpowers not corny, especially with the backdrop of Naruto simply existing. But I'd say that Taimanin does a very good job of it. Also, another iconic enemy, Toad. We can change up characters a little bit. Let's see what we got here. You know what? I haven't played Lapis for quite a while. She's also, like, severely overleveled. I'm trying to remember what build I'm running on Lapis here, because you can spec her as strictly support or as AoE, and this is probably the support build. Look at this, the breadth of visuals we're spoiled with. Azur Lane could never. And also, Azur Lane squeezes your ballsack as hard as they can to get skins. Here, you just farm the hard currency. So I maintain that based Gremory... Okay, so this is the supporter build. I mean, they could make a proper fighting game just based on existing designs. You brush up some of the models and some of the animations. You create a deep enough meta. You'll have a ready-made DOA and Tekken killer. Who else is funny to play? let's go with
稲毛
Nagia.
や出張回転だよ
She might get flattened because she's underleveled compared to other characters.
そら遊んであげるからかかってきな
Who's the aristocrat-looking one? I assume you mean Asteros? I'll go back to character select after this stage and
有限目
I'll explore what you meant there.
じゃないよ演技
Alright. Get my passive heals in.
それどっちゃ本気にするかねそれどっちゃどりゃ演技いやキルカムいくよ有限目
Alright, we got our passive heal on.
いくよキルカム演技
Area of effect.
有限目はいそれいくよ
そろそろ花が咲く頃ね
Aristocrat-looking one. I'm not even sure which one you may have meant there.
チャンスね
But we'll figure it out once we're done here.
はい有限目
Deploy our ultimate.
年季の違いを見せてやるは
Not the business class. That's okay. Listen, you only had a brief glimpse,
頑張るわね
and the designs are plentiful.
ご苦労さんご褒美にお菓子をおごってあげるよ
You hear that, Oni Dojo? We're getting sweets. Oh, damn, she had a supporter that I need to level. Alright, let's see. Which one were you talking about? We're gonna do as slow a scroll as I can. Which one, Fuma? We have two Fumas. Fuma Saika? Alright, she is a melee character.
フーマサイカ参りま
Alright,
す
let's see. Can I actually limit break her here? I do have the resources to get her a breakthrough. 4 crystals, that's not a big price to ask. But I see what you mean by noble. She is wearing a I wouldn't say that it's a Furisode. It's not exactly a New Year kimono, and it's not how it usually appears, but the intent is
参り
there.
ましょうか若様
Oh boy, I don't remember my abilities on her.
やブレイキャまだやるか
She's basically the Chun-Li of the Taimanin franchise. If Chun-Li lost her leg in a war with Chatelet and they were replaced with cybernetic implants. Alright, let's ultimate.
絶技ブレイキャ
The ultimate is a little bit underwhelming in terms of design.
任せたわ無事成果を上げられましたね
But she is a classy lady, you have to admit that. Let me quickly reset my tracking just to make sure that my eyes are tracked correctly. Alright. Can I... Ah, okay, that's good. I wanted to turn off the appearance of her primary weapon. because her weapons are basically different models of cybernetic prosthetic legs, and they get a little bit intrusive, and the vigil gets a little busy with Invisible.
諦めなさい。
Yeah, significantly better. Let me know if you want me to swap out to a different character.
さあ、参りましょうか。
I really don't have Saika optimized at all. She's a very much a brute force character. Dealer's choice? Alright, I'll see what we can break out on the next one. We're going to start the next archive campaign after this, so we can switch over to the token BBL. Oh, we are struggling. Here's something I didn't notice when playing her on a phone. Some of the attacks feel a bit weightless because there's not really a lot of impact. Because you can't stun lock everything, because that way it would be a little bit overpowered. Alright, let's cash out this particular event. Got a new supporter that I forget what she does. New event ticket. Oh, who do we want to get? Let's... We're just going to take up space in my inventory. Do we have you? We do. Reduce damage at long range and attacks by 15%. Reduce damage taken from bleeding enemies by 10%. Okay, let's unlock this. Collect rewards real quick. We get stuff. To clear up, yep, we do need to clear out our inventory. I was afraid that's gonna happen. Oh boy, we don't have anything to clear out. I'm gonna have to pay for an expansion here real quick. When are the new outfits coming? Is my question, because I kind of want the world tour outfits, but I don't want the ones that are currently featured. What's in the store right now? Yeah, so these world tour ones I'm not too hot under the collar about. So I'm gonna let them sit because those are repeats.
おはようございます。どのような任務でも成し遂げてみせます。
Alright, we're going archive, second set. Oh. Alright, there you are.
出発する。
Time to use a unique superpower. It's called Gun and military reinforcements.
準備は万端か。コンバットターレント。はいはい上出来ね。好きにやっちゃえば。
I like that her ultimate isn't direct damage. Her ultimate is a transformation. She's basically she's a mech version of a magical girl. As you can see, it was over before it started. If I recall correctly, the faction that she belongs to in universe is the rough analog of North America after some kind of world-ending cataclysm. So she uses the superpower, the ancient art of military logistics.
おもちゃではない。私本来の炎で。
Realistically, I don't even need to ultimate just yet. Never mind, I'm gonna do it anyway. Is Iron Man technically a magical girl? Please discuss amongst yourselves.
準備は万端か。こんなおもちゃではない。私本来の炎で。
I'm telling you, they could hypothetically transform this into a pretty banger fighter game. The Saturday morning cartoons, he had a whole transformation sequence. Yeah, I remember that one. Like the old, god damn it, I forgot the network that I would watch it on. But the one where basically he had the thing like folded away in a suitcase. It basically looked like just a spandex suit that would then transform into a proper Iron Man suit. So yeah, I guess that technically qualifies him as a magical girl. I don't know what's the connection, but the more I play this character, the more I want to play some Ready or Not.
はい上出来ね。好きにやっちゃえば。逃がさん。
Yeah, on easy difficulties, we're just gonna breeze through everything. Unless I find an even more underleveled character to play this. Let me actually see if I have anyone lower level. I may not, actually. Yeah, Kosaka is probably my lowest level character because she's the most recent unlock. Very handy with a whip.
お相手を務めさせていただくわ。
In the recently banned from Google App Store outfit, one of the reasons I've shifted over to play this on PC. I'll probably still do my daily grinds on the phone port, because eventually they're just going to eat the bullet and up their age rating as they should. Or they're just going to release a standalone APK that's, you know, not subject to the Janny's whims.
タイミングは任せた。
And everyone dies. For a universe in this setting that, you know, is predominantly spun off of some very disturbing hentai, I have to admit, they've done a lot of good work in designing the characters as actual playable characters. I could even say that this is Japanese above age of consent Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, the Japanese game has some dark shit. It's definitely engaging in extracurriculars. Are you alive? Oh, he just stood up to die. This is still whitewashed for a wider audience. Wonder how the Nutaku port's doing.
花のしずるがお相手を務めさせていただく。グランドインダイナ。
I would still say that the gameplay is, at the very least, more involved than, for example, Girls Frontline, although from a production quality standpoint, Girls Frontline definitely takes the cake. But at the same time, I can play this on my phone. Girls Frontline would likely melt it. Yeah, Girls Frontline too. Listen, it's basically XCOM with waifus. Like, there's only so much that you can do from your direct involvement in the gameplay from a skill perspective. You never did too? Like, it's an okay game, I have no complaints. I play it. I've just recently rolled, Chris Vector. I've yet to roll her weapon, though.
花のしずるがお相手を務めさせていただくわ。
新しい技を見せてやる。
I think he has the farthest reaching attack that's still considered melee. One was sufficiently tactical. 2 is plenty tactical, but again, it's turn-based strategy, so there is still an understood limit to your skill expression. Don't get me wrong, it's better than Azurlane, because, well, it's not a very high bar in terms of gameplay. Like, Azurlane is carried entirely by the character designs. It offers absolutely nothing else of value. The gameplay of Azurlane is punishment for you not wanting to pay for the gacha. How are you alive? Oh shit, you heal too. One was real time? Ah, interesting. If we get bored of playing this, we can play some Girls Frontline 2. I mean, arguably, I actually prefer Girls Frontline to Azur Lane. As far as turn-based combat goes, I would say Horizon Walker is slightly more entertaining. So my current gacha slop rating is probably going to be Action Taimanin, Horizon Walker. Unit positioning is pretty important. Some tactics require good placement timing. Ah! Okay, see, in Frontline 2, you just place them on the map, but then you can maneuver them around. Yeah, my rating would probably be Action Taimanin, then Horizon Walkers, then Girls Frontline 2, then Azur Lane. Because Azur Lane exists solely to make you horny enough to spend money. Like that is the thing that the game does. There's no game outside of that. Alright, let's squash him so that he can't heal to full health. What did they do to the Raifu Gacha game sequel? We can, if you want, Crespian, I can boot up some Girls Frontline too. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Take a swing. I mean, because... Oh, fuck, I dropped my controller. That's okay. Because I've already gotten through my must-do dailies for Taimanin. We may as well switch over, so... Let me know when you're bored of the jiggle physics and I'll tab over. Why do I still have my keyboard in my lap? It's not even participating in gameplay. Who else do we have? You know what? Let's give Murasaki a spin. Okay, let's close out this archival mission, and then we can have some funnies with the tactical rifle game. I did promise that today is going to be gacha slop. Oh no, I forgot that she uses super meter for that. Does Tentacle Mine activate on a super dodge? Let me see. Tentacle Mine immediately before enemy attack. Okay. Back to game. I don't know how to pilot Murasaki well, because apparently she's supposed to be a tank character. Like, her entire point is she doesn't stagger easily out of her swings, and she has things that work well in tandem with certain vulnerability buffs. So she hits like a truck. She just needs to not take so much damage that she dies before she gets through the combo, and because of that she has sustains and invulnerabilities and whatnot. What does this one do? Let's see here, the ultimate. I wonder if they're going to be integrating the future timeline into the action game at any point. Because some of these characters change materially in the sort of alternative future timeline. So that would be interesting to see. I mean, they're not at a shortage of new characters to bring into the game at this point. Let me actually check what my weapons do. This I know what this does. When using tentacle mines, deal... Oh, that's a lot of damage, okay. So, the purpose of the Great Axe is just to do consecutive strikes. All characters are gacha staples. So far, Taimanin has done none of that. Taimanin RPG does have alts on a lot of characters. Like, every outfit is considered a separate character, which I find mildly annoying. But then again, like, I'm not a big fan of Taimanin RPG, despite the fact that I've played it quite a lot. I've played it way more than you would anticipate with how vehemently Taimanin RPGX tries to be unplayable outside of Japan. Like, there are certain types of VPNs that they will suss out and they will deny you access to the servers. They are gatekeeping that hard, and that is probably the reason why I like that game. Just makes you so you surround yourself with the one waifu. I respect that. Waifu loyalty is definitely a perk. But see, in Taimanin, you can just main the waifu, and you can give her whatever outfit or weapon you want. And with the variability in skills, you can basically set up different builds for the same character, and they play with significant difference between themselves. That's why you sort of, every guide you look at for Taimanin, there's going to be like blue builds, red builds, green builds, depending on the dominant skill set and the certain perks that you want to try to achieve. Multiples at the same, you do have a point, Crespian. Though it would be somewhat uncanny if it's also the same waifu. Like, if you're going to man-whore, at least commit to it. It's like having multiple Kamiyoshis. Did I kill everything? Not yet. See, like, she has big wind-ups. Swash. Oh, we're on hard difficulty. I guess she's appropriately leveled to play on hard mode. Ha, out of AP, you say. Do not underestimate the power of hoarding resources. There's no such thing as out of AP for me. I can play for a week straight, I still won't be out of AP. I don't get Tentacle Mine. Does it just do damage to the singular enemy that I just dodged? I think she also becomes unstaggerable when she does the repeated strikes. If I recall correctly, like, her character arc is that she's just generally too stubborn to die. That's like the entire point of the character. There's more left. Ah, damn it, he's healing. I wonder if I can farm him down with just this. Not something I would recommend on a tougher boss, but you know what? If I have a full super meter and a character that gives invulnerability, I bet you that I could do some disgusting stuff with that combination. Because that particular weapon allows me to draw my ultimate bar and use that to just continue hitting until it runs out. And that's a lot. Like, she hits like a truck already. So if I just stand there and continue mashing... Okay, Tentacle Mine seems to do area of effect damage, I guess? So yeah, maybe it's worth investing into another invulnerability supporter. Okay, let's just wipe them. He just fucking ragdolls the boss. You know what? Murasaki is alright. I found her to be a boring character originally, but telling a boss character that nope, I'm just going to brute force through you. I will continue hitting you with a gigantic great axe until you die. Is kind of a vibe. I respect that. Which one of these do I want to unlock next? Because I think I have all of these others. No, I don't have this supporter. It's important to unlock new supporters because sometimes they have cool abilities, and you farm gems from leveling them. Alright, let me quickly check. I need 8 more missions completed with Sora. Nope, wrong mission set. Event story. We're just gonna sweep through those. Where is she? There she is. Resource management W. Is there more? There is more. I'm kind of tired of having to level her. Who do I still need to level on intimacy? Oh, no, you're not out. You do not respond well to these. Never mind, we'll just give you the curry. There is utility to doing this. Because you get to unlock to basically bring everyone to level 12. Because that way you get the limited gacha tokens. We like limited gacha tokens because we can get Lan-chan. And based on the flow of characters so far, it's very likely that Lan-chan is going to be our next playable character. So we're also hoarding resources for that. Which is why I think they've strategically placed an outfit rerun right before they're making her a playable character. I see what you're doing, Grimmery. I see your games. Let's roll the gacha token. We did not get any of the target draws. Okay, let's quickly sort through the shaft. Let me do some quick inventory management and then we can move on to look at the Raifu game. We got you. What else did we get who's not pulling her weight? This is actually a good supporter. Restores lost HP over time every 4 seconds. A passive heal character is kind of big, especially for characters who do not have any kind of sustain of their own. Let me quickly level her, actually. Just to make sure I don't filter her out like accidentally at some point. Okay, and 2, 3, 4. We do have enough to use here. We have enhancement tokens, we do not. Better luck next time. I'm having thoughts. That battle pass is going to be up for quite a while. I have time. Let me quickly get my club pass rewards as well. This is what hoarding gets you. Whales have to pay for enjoying this dopamine release. Let's roll the War Gacha. Okay, that's an acceptable find, actually. Not a very useless weapon on Murasaki specifically. Okay, that's probably all we're going to do right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and clip out. Let's save some time and NOC for next time. Let me change the game category real quick. What are we doing? Girls Frontline. Girls Frontline. That is not a Steam game, that is its own launcher. And because it's a Chinese gacha game, it insists on having some sort of invasive anti-cheat and admin rights. Give it a moment to launch. You know what? Snowbreak is actually very solid as far as gacha games go. It's a higher production quality Taimanin, if I were to describe it. With a very big emphasis on gunplay rather than melee weapons. Xbox gamer, probably not what I'm trying to capture. Yeah, so it has, again, a stronger emphasis on gunplay. Yeah, I don't... How big is the paywall? If you want the cosmetics, you're going to have to cough it up. Some of the event girls, it's one of those games where that runs waifu variants as separate characters. So you'll have the same waifu with a different weapon and she'll be a different character. And you have to get outfits for them separately. It's a little bit grindy. I like it. Also, Xelium shat the bed. Let's restart it real quick. Oh fuck, I already killed it. But it refuses to die. Okay. So I would say it's less aggressive than Azur Lane. Or you know what? No. I would say it's on the aggressive end as far as Western games go. That's what I'm gonna say. Can you please capture? Just a second. I'm pretty sure I've played this on stream, so it should game capture. Capture specific. Huh. Do I need to run it as windowed? I mean, just a second. Settings, graphics, display, full screen, maximize. Okay, let's see if this works. Pop it back to full screen. I don't want to screen capture. Let me try to configure it in the background real quick. Capture specific window. Capture audio, it's going to go through desktop, hook rate, normal, auto transparency, capture cursor. Maybe let's try window capture. Thank you for the gotcha. Let's try window capture. Could swear I've already streamed this. Okay. Capture method automatic. Capture cursor. See if this works. This does not work. Ha! Trying to figure it out. I will not leave you all without raifus. I mean, the cursor was indeed visible, I'm not wrong. But I would like the rest of it to also be visible. Post-processing, frame rate bloom, anti-aliasing, vertical sync, other personal info, no. Key bindings, mode settings, performance mode, combat setting, ultimate skill animations, camera angles, notification settings, auto battle settings. What's preventing it from capturing normally? Is that's what I can't quite figure out. For some reason, it's not. It seems to be incapable of capturing the window itself. Capture mode. Oh, let me see if capture specific window. Okay, game capture for some reason doesn't want to catch it, but this just worked. You know what? Fuck it, I'll take it. It's a little fugly, but the sacrifices I have to make for the Oni Dojo. Alright. Let's see, I think I still had some story to play through to demonstrate the gameplay. Damn, it's unlikely that I'm going to stream it like that because I really don't like playing windowed. It's small and shitty. What I do like is that I think the story is fully voiced. Let's actually see. No, it's not. I hate it here. At least the main story is fully voiced. Oh, you're chugging a little bit. You okay there? Alright, we have, this is an all-fire build. I would like to actually alternate. Let's see. Yeah, this is the way I would like to play this. What are you expressing your disgust at? Specifically? Whoa, that frame rate is janky. Hopefully it'll render through a little bit as we play. Alright, it seems to be unfucking itself. Slowly but surely. The lack of voice lines during scenes. Well, it's only for event stories. The story proper is fully voiced. And also, the event stories sometimes have full CG cutscenes, so I can't really accuse them of cutting corners. VA work is expensive. Let's move her over here. She's probably gonna nuke the entire map. Slightly excessive. Oh, she still has an attack left in her. Damn, I love the Chris Vector. It's such a funny gun to shoot IRL. Alright, no voice lines, no watching. So that's your basic gameplay loop, essentially. We skip the story, we collect the premiums. So after in events, you have story and you have supply missions. Supply missions is how you farm Eventum, and then you trade Eventum for stuff inside of the store, which is usually consumables, gacha rolls. Okay, we need to think about this one. Set Macchiato here to do Overwatch. She's actually very powerful. I'm very fortunate that I managed to roll her. Quite a departure from the prequel, I see. Wasn't the prequel I'm blanking on it right now. Wasn't it a 2D game? Yeah, she's just gonna nuke the entire map. 2D, but real time. Interesting. Oh yeah, I was about to say he survived, but I forgot that we have support units active. Can you move, or just no? She's just stationary. Okay, she is a force to be reckoned with for sure. Another thing I like, some of the outfits change the ultimate cutscene. So this one is an outfit specific one. And we're not gonna make it that far, so we're just gonna wait for our next turn. Pretty sure I could just wipe them from over here. Alright, let's finish out the story. Because we should have the leveling for the main story, and probably with some finessing you could also get the supply missions as well. Realistically, I could set it to auto battle for these missions. There's not a lot of tactical finesse that I need to apply so far, because the doll is basically just one-shot it. What the fuck are you? Is that a... Excuse me? Oh, okay. A doll named Nightmare with her imaginary friends. Oh, that is so dark. Okay. I am still salty that I didn't roll HK 416. So salty, in fact, that I have committed to figuring out a way to build a clone of the rifle. I want to go deeper in. Yeah, okay, that's good. I even have an... listen, I grinded the event. Are they fucking shooting back at me? I mean, they are guns, so... And they do piss poor damage either way, I guess. Does the 416 use grenades in this one as well? I don't know, because I don't have her. I guess she does. She's kind of very over the top overall. Gonna fucking torture your ass. I like that she starts out with a fully charged ultimate. All of her peripheral imaginary friends before I can do damage to the boss proper. Damn, she mad. She's one-cycling the fucking boss. Which one is the area of effect one? The only acceptable use of a karambit, by the way. Actually, let me do this. Just to make sure that I wash the... Okay, does she take any damage now? Because I would like her to start taking damage now. Hey, that's not fair. Wait, did she heal off all of those arms? That is asinine. Notice that this is a hazard zone. I would need to move you. Where do I need to move you so that you hit everything? Over here. You bitch. Okay, she's in cover at the very least. Oh, okay, never mind. That was destructible cover. Do I not have good line of sight? I guess not. Oh, that's just piss poor. Okay. Move over here. Yeah. We're gonna leave you for last. Let's see who has AoEs. Oh, it's like that, eh? Okay. Probably want to try to move Macchiato there.
浅はかな行動を悔い改めなさい。さて。
We'll use someone else to trigger. Okay, I want to start slowly but surely. Okay, you're still on defense.
私が終わらせる。
I'll just try moving Macchiato to higher ground.
分かった。逃げられるとでも？
You know, on the plus side, they all start pre-cooked. Okay. Oh, we've killed all of them. Probably going to be a CG cutscene for a monster like that. Really? No cutscene? Huh. Okay, ops target. Let me quickly go through the dailies just to make sure we don't miss out on anything. Two standardizing sinks. Some resources. What's in the other ones? Okay, claim all. Alright, what can we get? What should we get? We get targeted support, targeted recruitment passes, we get vector-specific gifts, of course. There's only one left. Let's see, public area. Let's manage our cooldowns real quick. Can I change which rifle I have in the menu? Yes. You can set to either have a specific one based on a scene in the dormitory. Don't believe I have granular control. I should have granular control of the camera, actually. Keep the favorite. There it is. Okay, so I do have granular control. So for example, I can do this, and I press a button and I'll add it to my main menu, the same way that I currently have Nemesis in the main menu. Like, this is also just a dorm scene for Nemesis. Their daily allotment of premium currency. I'm focusing on getting the journey milestones because, or the glory milestones, because it has a costume for Chris Vector. Ah? Oh, hey there, Dom. Yeah, we're gotcha maxing today. Thank you for the tea redeem.
Huh?
So yeah, we may be a little bit hyper focused on getting those itty bitty medals right now. Win a battle without using any active attacks. You know what? I could actually do that. Defeat all enemies in a single battle with just Mosin Nagant. Win battle during or after turn 12. Wish we could have these kinds of characters designed in JRPGs instead of gachas. Well, I mean, you could if Square Enix didn't try to cater so much to the Californian market. Collect 3 freeze attribute dolls, collect 5 attribute dolls, electric attribute dolls. "18 objectives in Frenzy experience." I don't even know what these are. Expansion drills. Create 50 hydro tiles, freeze tiles, score critical hits, use ultimates. Damn, this is gonna take me a while to complete. Deal damage with support attacks 5 times in a single challenge. It's probably going to have to be deal damage with 5 tiles with support attacks in a single. Destroy 6 pieces of destructible cover in a single stage. That we can do. Alright, let's quickly see what else we learned. I specifically noticed that Chinese companies have intuited especially MiHoYo, they've cracked the code on what makes an appealing gacha character. Rather, an appealing anime character. They've distilled the essence of the anime woman. Consume intelligence puzzles. Let's win a combat sim, I guess. Not before we do that. I need more battle reports. Just autocomplete. I wonder if I go further down, I'd get higher quality gifts. Combat exercise. Fuck. Junior 1, of course. I'm not fighting in my own leagues. This is not my attacking force. I forget who's in my attacking force. So yeah, we need to figure out a way to farm for the Molotov Bunny outfit. They're a little bit too far back, so we're gonna armor up. I'm playing this like this is supposed to be a close game, even though I out-level my opposition by like 15 levels. Pretty sure that they're just going to die with a stern look. I'll just use Mosin Nagant to lock this down. The Mosin Nagant with an EOTech red dot and magnifier combo. Some of the things you can do with the gun builder here are just outright goofy. Very, very moist, yes. The moist nuggets do be moisting. I'm going to come out and say it. I think Groza is extremely overrated. She is the definition of a gassed up mid. An over-gassed mid, if I may. Pop up over here. Clobber you down. If I recall the current meta description correctly, I think Krolik is the worst character in the game right now. I don't know if it has to do with her being melee only, or if it's just a bad stat product, but apparently that seems to be word on the street. Okay, you are probably not going to reach anyone with anything. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, let's throw you up over here. Ah, damn, I forgot Groza retaliates. Damn, I don't have an angle on her. Okay. Well, I guess you can retaliate to this dick. Hey, we need to play 2 of these. Can I, get softer targets on here? Thank you. Okay. I wonder why someone would have a team of just Nagant. That seems unnecessarily cool. But yeah, unlike Azur Lane, there's at least gameplay, and said gameplay is not punishment for refusing to open your wallet. So that is already an improvement. If you want to auto-battle through shit, you have to be of a significantly higher level so that your tactical decisions don't matter. I may or may not do that occasionally. Some people do enjoy bullet hell. Wait, bullet hell is a genre. Like, Enter the Gungeon is bullet hell. What meaning of the word bullet hell are you applying there? yes, I am in Omo's clan because I am too lazy to set up my own. I would probably be kicked out of any other one with how infrequently I play. Let's see. The hell are souvenirs? Yeah, we have to do quite a bit of grinding to get here. Log in 3 times, log in 7 times, and consume intelligence puzzles. Like Toho? Oh, okay. I don't mind bullet hell. Like, it's a fine genre. I didn't need 3, I completed the whole thing. Girls Frontline so far has been reasonably charitable with hard currency. Like, sometimes it's going to put the squeeze on you, but only sometimes. I want to complete more of these. Apply Frigidific. Kill all enemies in a battle with Macchiato. I could probably do that. Deploy only Klukai. Kill all enemies with a 1 turn. Holy shit, that's what I'm missing out on? Deploy Cheetah, win battle without using any active attacks, only using map mechanics and or environmental effects. Okay. There are some spicy objectives here. I guess let's try the Macchiato one, fuck it. Doesn't matter which way we deploy, right? Start. I guess if we try to like the easiest supply mission. Easy. Okay, easy is relative. Probably gonna have more luck with the campaign. Let's go campaign, and we go for something severely underleveled. And we're just gonna set Macchiato out and have her turret everything down. Okay, eliminate at least 3 enemies. To withdraw everyone except Macchiato. Oh, we're supposed to evacuate though. Okay. That's fine. We can at least 4 members are needed. Fuck. Wait, but then how am I supposed to just... This is stupid. Did I not read that? Or is it that I'm supposed to deploy with a full set and then only 1 doll actually plays? Okay, let's see if it's going to let me do that here. Okay, I can do that here. So I guess it was the elimination one, sort of preventing me from cheesing the mission with deploying a single doll. Alright, let's start our passive. I'm slightly annoyed that they introduced this achievement system very late. Why is she not shooting them? She's supposed to be in Overwatch. Bonk. I guess she only shoots them when they attempt to attack, I guess? can't shoot me if I shoot you first.
消えろ楽勝よ
Okay, Overwatch only triggers on an attack attempt. Got it.
任せて昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ
I guess that also works. Alright, we can do the same with Mosin Nagant. Okay, defeat all enemies in a single battle with Mosin Nagant. So I'm not sure if that means only Mosin Nagant deploys or if she's the only one who does anything. Kukai is not going to come back anytime soon, so I guess I have a little bit of leeway in terms of how much time I can spend hoarding resources. And we didn't roll shit. To be expected. The gacha does get kind of stingy sometimes. It do be like that. Level 60 or higher missions. I need more dolls for that, or rather I need to have that at all available.
任務に間に合わない今日のくん
Just bump everyone up. We're almost at level 50. I still haven't rolled a good weapon for Macchiato, which annoys me a lot. Like, I'm still forced to use the fucking blue tier rifle. Ah. So yeah, this is basically the state of Girls Frontline. Reasonably fun, a little bit grindy, you know, as gachas are wont to be. But if you don't mind, usually you can click through everything that you need to do to hit all your cooldowns and whatnot in like 30-ish minutes while also tickling the event. So it's reasonable. Very reasonable. Let's see if there's anything fun to do. There's a challenge mode. Okay, opens after 1 day. Yeah, you're very welcome. Wonder if I can send Mosin Nagants to just clean everyone, to clean house on this mission. Try something. Let's get Mosin Nagant, but also We're going to give her Colfin as support.
おやおや
投降しなさい。
So that way, we can have someone heal her up in case someone actually gets to her.
もう逃げたりしない。計画通り。
Oh yeah, she just clicks heads.
バカ
Okay, what can you do? Select one ally, restores HP equal to 150% of attack. Removing taunt and fear. Select one enemy target, dealing hydro damage. We don't want to do damage. Restoring HP. Okay, then you just get to sit here and look pretty. That's not great. Ooh, sketchy. Son of a bitch. Just the level difference isn't high enough for me to be able to swing it like that. Yeah, they're probably gonna wear me down. Yep, let's restart with this time with an actual team. Oh great, I broke the UI. Let's leave. Alright, this time with gusto. Oh, sorry. Alright, this time we play for keeps. Look for my water bottle. Let's see if you can. Yeah, she can just flatten this entire row. Good night, Crespian. Thank you for keeping me company as I touch all over the gacha slop. I'm gonna be ending soon to it as well. I've been live for quite a while, so I'm probably gonna raid out after this mission. The slop does remain real. Question is, how fun is it to watch the slop? That's sort of the real question here.
怪我しますよ計画通り確保
We have successfully aggroed. She's not gonna reach. Yay. Okay. Let's look for a target to raid, shall we? Because I am getting a little bit sleepy, a little bit cranky. And full disclosure, my head also fucking hurts. Right. Who do we have here? Are all my menus collapsed? Oh, really? I was not expecting there to be people here. I thought the slop has put everyone to sleep. I guess I was wrong. The slop is still very much in demand. All right, let's see. What do we have going on here? Let's see. Taking a quick perusing of whether or not I see someone to whom I potentially owe a raid. You know what? You know what? It's been a while since we've raided into... I really don't even know. You know what? It's been a while since we raided into Eros. So we're going to attempt to do that. I should really make these decisions before I actually start stream, or before I start up the raid. Well, she is playing the new current thing game, the streamer game, which I hear is good, at least, you know, by the very minimal standard of the game works and it's not trying to preach at you. And you know what? I think devs should be rewarded for game design like that. Just give me a middle market game. Doesn't have to be the shiniest thing ever. Doesn't have to have the wittiest writing. Just leave me the fuck alone and entertain me sufficiently, and you can have my money. I think that's a fair ask in the modern landscape of video games. Oh, damn, it does look like a video game developed right before everything turned into slop. You know what? I respect that. Say hi to Eros, behave in your chat, or I will find you, and I will punish you for being a nuisance in other people's chats. This has been Onii-san, reminding you to eat at least 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. Bye-bye.
These guys are cool looking. These are probably my favorite enemy I've seen. Oh, this is the scarecrow guy! Oh, I